Проверяем канал.
What channel should we be in English?
Okay, I did not pick that.
Hi, Natalia. Can you hear us?
Okay, I think she can't. So do we wait to start our videos till the session begins?
Say it again.
Do we wait to start our videos till the session begins?
Yeah, because it will be like parallel to what we are saying. We will not hear each other properly, so we just
Okay.
yeah. Now we can check everything that concerns us, and then in the beginning, when people are adding up to the meeting, the video will start.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but this is the one about like the sound and the interpretation and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Also, regarding the breakout rooms, I think you would have already talked to Max, was it?
Yes. So they have the list and they just group them the way we were talking about in six with two people mentioning English. And yeah, and that's why we also need the names correctly so that Max can put them in the proper groups.
Yeah. Okay. So in every exercise, we just tell Max that now you're supposed to break them out, and he'll do it, right?
Yeah.
Right, Max? Can he hear us? Awesome. Thank you, Oksana.
You're welcome. Окей. Максим, там все в порядке с Натальей, она нас слышит, у нее все работает, потому что мы очень на нее надеемся.
Да, мы сейчас с ней пытаемся разобраться, в чем дело. Она
Ага.
меняет свой компьютер, потому что с того, что она зашла, я ее не слышу.
Окей. Понятно. Так, а по поводу этих комнат, по делу на группы, вы знаете, да, все?
Ну, у меня есть список, да, попробуем разделить, но много кто заходит. Вот я сейчас вижу в комнате ожидания Galaxy A10. Мы будем опрашивать участников и попробуем добиться от них имен, тогда мы их
Смотрите,
распределим.
я еще вначале скажу, нам важно, чтобы они написали свое имя, желательно латиницей, потому что спикеры у нас, ну, чтобы они могли прочитать имя и название организации, вот, то есть там будет, ну, чуть легче, но вам все равно по списку, наверное, надо будет понять, кто это, ну, потому что название организации тоже может быть огромно длинное, вот, но я вначале всех попрошу переименоваться, и...
Хорошо. Ну, и мы будем тоже в чате опрашивать,
Да.
просить, да.
Супер,
Будем просить, чтобы
хорошо.
переименовываться.
Дякую.
Наталья, вы нас слышите? Да, я вас чую на украинском, на российском канале. Окей. Давайте перевіряємо англійський.
Так, на англійському каналі тепер мене чути?
Так, вас чути.
Чудово. Дякую.
Так, а что случилось с переводчиком? У нас теперь есть Дарья, но нет Натальи, да? Я так понимаю.
Наталья зашла с Дариного компа. Оксана, вы меня слышите? Что? Ну да, я... Sarah, hello. It's nobody on another side. Sarah. Тебя я не слышу. Sarah, you hear me? Sarah, do you hear me? М. Я тоже. Sarah, you need to choose English channel. Please choose English channel.
Yeah, I've chosen English.
Yeah.
It's nice. Thank you.
Погодите. Так. Wait, I'm in English channel. Okay. Okay, so Sarah and Shona, hi again. Do
Hello.
we need to check anything else? Because we already checked the rest with Shona. Do we need to check anything else with you before we start the video and start entering the participants?
I don't think so. If Shona's happy, then I'm happy.
But everything's good on my side, so we can just begin.
Okay. Okay,
Okay,
cool.
I might put some lights on the room I'm sitting in, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so then we are putting the technical video on and let the participants in.
I'm sorry, interpreter, can you translate the video for our English participants? Daria, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you translate video for our English participants? If yes, we can start video again.
Oksana, this is Sarah. Is there anybody else waiting in
Yes.
the waiting room that needs to join before we start the video in English with the instructions?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are happy to welcome you at our webinar on monitoring and evaluation. Please, I would like to have your attention for a few seconds. Right now, we will explain you the rules of communication and technical capacities. After entering the Zoom, please check your audio, and below you have this sound. There you have to check your dynamics. If you do not hear the melody, please choose other audio output out of the list, or please add the voice volume. Where you have the microphone option, please choose check and say a few words. 1, 2, 3. You have to hear your voice. If you do not hear your voice, please choose another mic from the list of offered mics, or please add volume. During our conference, your mic will be switched off. In order to ask a question, you have to write it in the chat. Please pay attention to the screen. You have the chat option and you have to write, I have a question, or you can raise your hand. You can choose participants option and raise a hand. Interpretation. The working languages of our conference are Ukrainian and English. In order to have the interpretation option, please choose interpretation. In order to have Ukrainian language, please choose the Russian channel. In order to listen to the English channel, please choose the English channel. And also please switch off the original sound in order to hear interpretation. That's all, and have a good conference.
Great. Oksana, can we start, or are we still waiting for people to join? Hi, Oksana, you're on mute. I can't hear you. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. I couldn't unmute myself because I do not have the host capacities. So no, we are not waiting for other participants to enter, so let's begin.
Okay. Yep, we can begin then. Okay. So welcome, everybody. My name is Sarah Harrison. I am the Global Co-Chair of the Mental Health and Psychosocial Support Reference Group. It's a position that I hold on behalf of the International Federation of Red Crescent Societies. I think I've met some of you before when I've done trainings with this Ukraine MHPSS working group, and either in person when I've been visiting Kiev over the past few years, or online, most recently in June, where we had an introduction to monitoring evaluation, and this is a follow-up workshop to that first introduction, where I can hopefully help you become more familiar with the monitoring and evaluation framework. But before we begin, I'm going to also introduce you to the broader team who are here facilitating the next 4 hours with us today. So Oksana and Alisa, would you like to just briefly introduce yourselves? I know you're world famous in Ukraine, but just so that everybody knows who you are.
When I have my mic working, I will say a few words. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oksana. I'm the consultant of the WHO on supporting coordination of the technical working group on mental health and psychosocial support.
Thank you, Oksana. And Alisa?
Yeah. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Alisa Ladek-Brazgalova. I'm the MHPSS specialist in the WHO Ukraine and the co-chair of the working group on MHPSS in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Alisa. And Shona?
Hello, everyone. My name is Sadeshna Mata, but you can call me Shona, which is short. And I am the Design and Technology Facilitator with WHO for mental health and psychosocial support right now for this particular training. So it's great to join you all, and I will be guiding you through the various interactive tools that we'll be using for today's workshop.
Thank you, Shona. If possible, could the people who do not have their cameras on, put your camera on, please? It just makes it easier for the next few hours when you're doing the workshop session that we can see your faces, because we're going to be doing quite a bit of interaction, some group work and some in plenary. So it's better to have your cameras on, if possible, please. Okay, so there's going to be quite a lot of you, there's 27 of you at the moment on the call. And we also have a company that's helping with the hosting and the facilitation of this meeting. I don't actually know who the company is. So Oksana, can you introduce the company to the participants on the call and tell them who they can contact if there are any technical issues that pop up during the workshop, please?
Yes, thank you, Sarah. So today we have support in organizing this conference. If you have any questions, issues relating to the use of the platform or some technical difficulties or issues, we have our technical support represented by Maxim Kovalchuk. You can write him directly in the chat. But if you have no internet connection at all, or if you're until you cannot participate in the meeting, Maxim can be called, and he has written your number in the chat, and you've also received it in your email. Besides, today we have two interpreters, Natalia and Daria, and we hope that they will have enough energy and stamina to work with us for the next 4 hours. In order to comfortably participate in our meeting, you have to be in the correct room. So if you're speaking Russian, Ukrainian, please choose the Russian channel. If you're the English speaker, please choose the English channel, so that the way our interpreters and our speakers would be able to hear your questions and would be able to hear what is being said during this conference. And I think I have the last comment, if I've already started talking about technical support. I have a request to you. Please change your names in Zoom. And please write down your name with English letters, because we have a lot of participants and we don't know the names of all the participants. So if you have such a possibility, please in Zoom choose the option more below your name and write down your name and the abbreviation or the name of your organization. This will be easier for us to organize you into groups and to get acquainted with you. Thank you.
I can see we have a question from a participant, but I'm sorry, I can't read your name in Ukrainian, so I don't know who you are.
Yes, Oksana Kaduk, you've raised your hand. Do you have a question? You can voice it or write it in chat. Oksana is not responding. Oksana, if you have a question, please write it down in the chat and we will try to reply. Yes. Yes. Oksana, we can't hear you. Please write down your question in the chat and then we will be able to reply to you. Thank you.
Great, okay. Thank you very much, Oksana. There's actually quite a lot of you on this workshop. There's around 29 of you. So what I would like you to do is to, we will quickly go through all the participants. If you can introduce yourself, your name, and if you could also change your name on the Zoom function, it just makes it easier for us to read and to direct questions and answers with you. If you're not sure how to do this, and if you click on your name on Zoom, you should see 3 white dots in a blue square. that comes up on the right-hand side of your picture. If you click on that, you can then select the rename option and then rename yourself. But what we're going to do is to go through the participants. If you could introduce yourself. Oh. And we're going to go, well, we can't go alphabetically because the list is not alphabetical. Yes, we can. Elisa, you're already done. Anastasia. Anastasia, can you unmute?
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to see all of you here. My name is Anastasia Yefimenko. I'm the PSS officer from the Polish Humanitarian Action. We are supporting the elderly in Donetsk and Luhansk regions.
Thank you very much. And I think we have another Anastasia from MSF.
My name is Anastasia. I'm the manager on health in MSF. We are working in the Donetsk region, in the southern and northern areas. This is Volnovakha area, if you know where it is.
Yeah.
We also have our work done in Mariinsky and Volnovasky areas. The main idea of this project consists in integration at the primary of MHPSS into the primary level in these areas.
Great, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm going to probably mess up your names, but Anna Chudovska?
Here, Anna. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna. I'm from Caritas Ukraine. I'm the administrator of the project on strengthening social cohesion that is being implemented in Eastern Ukraine. And one of the components of our project is psychosocial support of the population. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Anna. Kadi?
Arkady. I think that Arkady is our technical support as well. So
okay.
We will meet him.
Hello, Arkady. You're very welcome anyway. Daria.
Good afternoon. My name is Daria. I'm this monitoring and evaluation specialist on peace building project of Caritas Kramatorsk. I'm happy to see all of you. Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me? My name is Marina Petrenko. I'm the representative of the Czech humanitarian organization People in Need. We are implementing we've been implementing projects since 2015 for almost 5 years. We have mobile teams of psychologists. We have the hotline of trust. This is the support hotline. We also provide urgent psychological assistance and consultations, and I'm the protection coordinator.
Great, thank you, Marina. And Elena Kravtsova? Elena? No. Okay, Christina? Ah, no, Elena, there you are. Yes, I can see you, but I can't hear you. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
My name is Elena Kravtsova. I'm the senior specialist of the project, PSS project. of people in need.
Great, thank you very much, Elena. Welcome. Christina Nechpai. Great. Great, thank you very much, Christina. Marina, we've done Nadia Kabachenko.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nadia Kabachenko. I'm the Kiev Mohila Academy representative. I'm the master's program manager in our academy. We have the course on monitoring and evaluation for social workers. And of course, for social workers, psychosocial support is a very important component in their work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nadia. Where am I on the list? Another Nadia, Tukhovod.
Hi, I'm Nadia Tikhovod, and I'm from MCC Ukraine. And MCC partners with civic organizations in projects directing to peace building and health and education, humanitarian assistance. And some of our partners are doing emergency work in the areas where there is emotional tension. And at the moment, one of our partners is doing emergency response project that involves emotional and psychological support. So I'm very interested in the topic and looking forward to it.
Great, thank you, Nadia. Natalia Pikina. Great. To Oksana Kaduk. You're muted, Oksana, if you're trying to speak. Can the technical team unmute Oksana, please, and see if she can speak?
Yes, of course.
Oksana doesn't want to switch on her mic.
Okay, it's going to be interesting participating then in the workshop, but okay. Olena Martinson.
I'm happy to see everyone and thank you.
Okay. There's another Oksana Boris Bolets. No? Okay. Olga Orlova.
Olga, switch on your mic, please. Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you, but we can't hear you very clearly, Olga.
Hello, everyone. My name is Olga Orlova. I'm from Nikopol. I work as a social worker in the charity organization. Olga, we can't hear you. I hear Olga in the Russian channel. Can you hear me?
We hear an interpreter in English channel.
I hear Olga in my channel.
Yeah.
The English channel can't hear the translation on Olga.
Can you hear me right now?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
We hear you.
Great.
Okay. Welcome, Olga. Serhiy.
Good afternoon. My name is Serhiy. I'm a psychologist. Right now, we are implementing the program on responding. I'm happy to see all of you.
Thank you, Serhiy. I have someone that I have no idea who you are. I'm sorry, because the letters are written in Ukrainian, and I'm not even going to try and pronounce. So I don't know who that participant is. If someone can help me out in the list.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is, my and colleagues are representing the State Research Institute of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine. And within the framework of our institute, we have researches being conducted with respect to the influence of the armed conflict in Eastern Ukraine on the population. We are also studying some problems during the response programs. That is why this topic of this seminar is extremely interesting for us and will be useful in our future researches.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to you and your colleagues.
Thank you.
Okay, and Victoria. Victoria, I don't see you actually with a mic or a video, so you're connecting in an interesting way. Is there a Victoria on the line? No. Okay.
Just trying to connect the audio, so I think we can get back to her.
Yeah, okay, she's trying to connect to audio, okay. If I have missed anybody, because you might have joined later on as I was going through the list, could you unmute and just introduce yourself now, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Olena Prokhorova. I'm the MHPSS officer. We are working with the elderly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena, and welcome. Is there anybody else that's just joined? I can see there's a colleague whose name is Misnat01. Could you introduce yourself? You're on mute if you're trying to speak.
Доброго дня.
Good afternoon.
Я розумію, це я повинна. Міснат, це я. Мене звати Наталя, таке скорочення. Я представляю чеську гуманітарну організацію «Людина в біді».
Наталя, вибачте, виберіть, будь ласка, англійську справа, російську мову справа внизу екрану.
Як це я повинна зробити?
Внизу екрану ви побачите, там, де демонстрація екрану, мови, там така значок планетки. Виберіть, будь ласка, російський канал, ви просто англійський канал зараз розмовляєте. Thank you.
Thank you for this advice. I will repeat myself. I'm sorry for this technical glitch. My name is Natalia. I'm the psychologist of the Czech humanitarian organization People in Need. I'm a mobile psychologist, and our team is working in Popasnansky area of Luhansk region. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia, and you're most welcome here as well. Okay. Okay. I hope all of you have will know that you're attending a monitoring and evaluation framework workshop. So for the next 3.5 hours, we're going to be doing a run through of the framework and also getting you to practically use the framework in your work, your day-to-day work, based upon your current projects or programs you might be running in Ukraine, and future projects or programs where we hope the framework will be useful. So that's basically the agenda for the next 3.5 hours. And I hope that some of you at least were attending the introduction session to M&E that was held in about June, about 2 months ago now, which was open also to MHPSS working group members. That one was a very static, almost like a webinar where I was doing most of the speaking and participants were listening. But today on the workshop, you're actually going to be doing most of the work with guidance from the support team here. So what I'm going to do now is hand over, I believe, to yourself, Shona, to do the run through on the mural template, which is a new piece of software. It's like an interactive whiteboard, which I hope you've all had the link to before, because we're going to be using that quite a bit in the training moving forward. So I'll hand over to you now, Shona.
Hello, everyone. So I'm going to paste the link in the chat box. You can open it and see it after I finish showing my screen and talking through it so that you know what we're talking about. So let me share my screen. Okay, so we'll dive right in. So I'm going to introduce Mural to you in 6 short steps. Let's talk about what is Mural. So normally when you'd go to a workshop, you would have you'd be sitting in a room and then you'll have these walls wherein you might have either chart papers or boards, and you will use sticky notes in order to do your activity. So this is almost like a digital version of that. So Mural in itself is an interactive web platform, and it's a huge wall. The dark part that you can see here is the canvas of it, and on the canvas you'll have a number of boards or chart papers. So this is what we're going to use, and you're going to zoom into each one of them depending on the activity we'll be doing, and you'll be interacting with it. So on this you can create either post-its, images, you can draw, or you can write. Now how you're going to access Mural is through a link, and this I'm going to share with you on for each activity, which will be different, and it will be shared along with the instructions for the activity. You do not need to have an account, or you do not need to have a login or password, because it's entirely anonymous. You can just log into the link and you can work your magic here. Now next is navigation. For navigation in the Mural window, you'll actually see that there is a small window at the side, which is on the right bottom. It shows you how to zoom in or zoom out. If you can follow my cursor, then if you could see this small button that's there, which if I move it towards the plus side, it zooms in, move it to the negative side, it zooms out. You can also use your trackpad if you're using a Mac or a laptop, and otherwise if you're using a mouse, you have to click the mouse option. So there are these 2 options. Depending on what you will be using, you can select these options. The one thing I would really recommend is to use this from your laptops or desktops. It is very difficult to use on the mobile version. So if you can, I would request you to switch over to your laptop or desktop for the exercises. Then moving on to the elements of mural that you'll be interacting with. The first one is the post-it. And we are going to go to the taskbar, which is on the left of the mural screen. You will select the second option, which is like a folded post-it note. And then you have various options here. So you can either select a square post-it or a rectangular or a circular post-it. So you just pick one that you want. So I'm going to pick the blue one and the square. I'm going to drag and drop. And now, a lot of the times, if you're not zoomed in into the particular board, it might be too small. So what you have to do is resize it. So for resizing the post-it, you're going to go to the corner of the post-it. You'll see a double arrow when you go to the right corner, bottom, and then you can slowly pull it out and resize it. And you can write whatever comments or your response to the activity that we'll be doing. Here I've written hello, just to show you. And that also, you could change the text using the text format options, or you can increase the font size or decrease the font size using this A+ and A-. You can change the color of the post-its. Like when you'd pick actual post-its, you maybe pick a pink post-it or a blue post-it for different activities that you're doing. You can also do that. And you are also allowed to change the size of the post-it directly here. The one thing I would recommend you not to do is using the black post-its, because that will be used by the facilitators, that is us, when we're doing any kind of clustering, so that you can see that what the facilitator has to say on that particular activity. That is it for the post-its. Now we're going to do the text. For this, again, you will click on the second button with the folded post-it. You'll have a T with a cursor next to it. You're going to click that, and you're going to drag and drop this. And you're going to double click on it so you can enter the text, delete that, and then you can type again whatever text you have. So I'm going to type here, how are you? And again, as you can see, this is very small to see, but either you zoom in, or you could just pick that, increase the text font, and resize it. So mostly you'll be working with post-its, so you don't really have to worry about the text, but if you ever need to add it, you can use this button. Now next, we go to icons. So for getting icons, you go to the third button, which is a star on the left taskbar. You click that, and you can write your particular icon. So essentially, this is for visual representation. If you want to show something visually, say for here, I want to show a self-care activity, that is, I listen to music. So I'm going to just type music in, and you'll have a bunch of icons to choose from. And you can just pull that out and again, resize it using the arrow, and you will have a visual representation for that. If you want to use it in the activity, you can use it, or you cannot. It's up to you. So those are the three main things, components that we will be using a lot throughout this. If you have any doubts, you can just ask me, and the translator will help me respond to you. So thank you. Sarah, I hope I covered everything.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So
yes,
over
you
to
did. If you can send me the password access for Mural in the account, because I can't access it at the moment.
Oh, okay.
But thank you for that. Do any of the participants have a question now for Shona on the mural template board?
Okay.
No?
No. Okay, before we move on to the next part, just 2-3 things. Because we're having Natalia and all amazing translator translate for us, in order to ease the communication a little bit, we will have few gestures. So if we ask you a question and you want to say okay, raise your hand and just put a thumbs up. And If you want to say no, just put a thumbs down. And if you want to pause, just put your palm. So this means pause. So these are simple gestures. We'll just be using them so that we can interact whenever there's a question, because all of you are on mute and it might be hard for everyone to unmute and say. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much, Shona. And Olena, you were saying that you're familiar with Mural, was that right? Okay. And there is a question in the chat function written in Ukrainian, which I can't answer. Could the translator, could you read it out for me?
The question from the institute is that they cannot access Mural. They need to have access.
I think it's the link's password protected, Shona. I think that it needs in the details.
Okay, sorry, can you use the second link right now, the one that I share?
It is written there that it is necessary to register there.
It is?
We have to create an account.
The one that I shared just now, could you click on that in the chat box? And if you're able to get through, please just show me a thumbs up. Okay, awesome.
Okay, everyone, the second link in the chat function works. So if you look at the chat function now where Shona's just put a link, if you click on that link, it will enable you to enter as a guest to the Mural board. Okay. Great. Okay. So as I mentioned before, we had an introduction to monitoring evaluation session in June, which some of you were able to attend, which is great. So what I would like to do now is to have a very brief discussion and to hear from you on what are your perspectives in terms of monitoring evaluation. Some of you are monitoring evaluation officers on the call, and some of you are more program or project related staff. So if you could just talk a little bit about your experiences with M&E. So if you could raise your hand if you would like to speak, then we can then select it and you can unmute to talk. So the question is, what are your experiences with monitoring and evaluation? Okay, let's start with an easy question. Does anybody have a positive experience with monitoring and evaluation? Ah, Christina, thank you. You have a positive experience with it. Okay. Does anybody have negative experiences with monitoring and evaluation that might find it difficult to do? You're all very quiet. Okay, can you raise your hand if you are a monitoring evaluation officer that's joined this workshop, please? Or someone that has responsibility for monitoring and evaluation within your organization or agency? Natalia, great. Anybody else? Christina, okay. Daria, yeah. Hi. Dimitro, hello. Okay, so that's around 5 of you. Sorry, Dimitro, we didn't hear you. If you could say it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Great. For some reason, I couldn't join the presentation. The acquaintances, I'm the representative of the Caritas Ukraine. I'm the M&E manager. We have many projects in Western Ukraine, in Central Ukraine, as well as in the buffer zone in the east of Ukraine. Yeah. We are greatly interested in further development of this field and in learning more about this field.
Okay, And you are responsible for monitoring evaluation then within your organization, is that right?
Yes, within the entire network of our Caritas offices in Ukraine.
Okay, so you have a big responsibility then. Okay.
Yes, many responsibilities.
Okay. So what I'm going to do now is to do a very, very quick run through in the next kind of 15 minutes of the longer presentation that I did in June to MHPSS working group members, just so that you're all on the same page before we go into the next part of the workshop. Okay. And Oksana, what's the easiest way for me to do this in the technical team? Do you want me to bring up the presentation in English and then share it, or the technical team just going to share it because they're so efficient?
Okay, I just shared the presentation. Can you see it?
Yes, we can, and it's in Ukrainian, right?
Yes, it is.
That's great. Okay. Okay, Shana, can you bring up the presentation so that you have, oh, you've got an interesting, okay, can you jump to the slide that's got the 2 circles on it? It should be slide number 3, please. Oh, okay, the pictures haven't come through in the Ukrainian version. Are you bringing it up again, Shona?
Should I put on the English one?
No, it's okay. Bring up the Ukrainian one and I'll just have to jump to the, okay, if you just bring up to the second slide on the Ukrainian one. So after the introduction slide, you then got the next one. No, 2 up?
Okay.
Yep, that one. Okay, so the rationale for monitoring and evaluation, why do we do it? Why do we think it's important, particularly in relation to mental health and psychosocial support? Firstly, we do it because it's actually in the IASC guidelines. It's one of the action sheets. It's action sheet number 2.2, which means it's a core responsibility of all mental health and psychosocial programmers to do monitoring evaluation. So it's part of the guidelines and the minimum standards. Secondly, we do monitoring evaluation so that it can support to the implementation of a project so that we know if the project is working, if it's meeting the needs of the beneficiaries, the people we claim to be assisting and supporting, and also to help us track our progress. So if we say we're going to reach 10,000 people with an intervention, we need to be able to track on a monthly basis how many people we are reaching with our particular services, whatever those services might be. And the only way you can do that is by having a monitoring and evaluation system within your organization. It's also important from an accountability and a compliance perspective. So you have received money, your organizations, either from donors or from internal funding, and that money, you need to account for it. How are you spending it? And are you spending it on the things that you said that you were going to be spending it on? So there's accountability to the people that are giving you money, the donors, and also to the government in Ukraine, but there's also accountability towards the populations that you are assisting, okay, whatever the target focus group might be. So it's an accountability and a compliance issue. So there's a legal aspect and an accountability to the beneficiary population aspect. It also, monitoring evaluation provides opportunities for beneficiaries to be able to provide you with feedback on the types of services you are providing, whether they are meeting their needs or whether you might need to change and adapt your services to better meet the needs of the population. And then lastly, it can provide us with an opportunity for celebrations when we know that a project is working, when our programs or our interventions and services are working. We can celebrate it, and we can prove with documentation, with data collection and evidence that the program is actually working as well. So monitoring evaluation gives us the opportunity to celebrate our work as well. Can you move to the next slide, please, Shannon? So what is monitoring evaluation? Monitoring is the systematic gathering of information or data and you usually do it on a regular basis. So most of you will be used to filling in a weekly report, like a weekly activity report for your projects or programs, in addition to a monthly report and sometimes a quarterly report. And all of this forms part of your monitoring system, where you are tracking the progress of your projects over time. And those reports tend to be quite quantitative, meaning focused on numbers of people attending a primary healthcare clinic, people involved in group activities, numbers of home visits done, or conversations held with elderly people in Ukraine, for example. Number of kits distributed. Could be a child-friendly activity kits or activities in a community center. So your weekly and your monthly activities that you document in your reports, your activity reports. And then evaluation assesses information at a specific period of time. And you usually have evaluations at the end of a project or a program, particularly if it is multi-year, so running over multiple years. And to do that, it requires agencies to have often what's called a baseline, meaning you take information at the beginning of a project or just before a project's about to start at the assessment stage. And you take information at the end of a project called an end line or end of project evaluation. And the evaluation takes your baseline information, all of your monitoring data, and looks at it when it does the final evaluation at the end of the project or a program. So evaluation is at specific points in time, whereas monitoring is an ongoing activity happening over the entire length of the project and usually done weekly or monthly. And obviously you cannot do an effective evaluation to look at whether your results have been achieved if you haven't got your monitoring data. So one is very dependent upon the other. Now, in our M&E framework, we have what's called a goal. And the goal is your overarching objectives for your particular project or your program. And in the monitoring and evaluation framework for mental health and psychosocial programs, we have set the goal so all organizations can feed into the same objective. And that means that all organizations working in Ukraine providing MHPSS programs should be able to report under this broad goal that's measured at what's called the impact level. So measured very much at the evaluation level, where you have multiple programs or projects feeding in to the achievement of that goal. And in the monitoring evaluation framework that we have, the goal is set. And Shona, if you can go to the next slide, please. You can see the goal is written there in yellow on the slide. And the goal is reduce suffering and improve mental health and psychosocial well-being. So that is the goal that all of you within Ukraine can report under in your projects and your programs. It's very broad, as you can see, and it covers the entire spectrum of mental health and psychosocial work. Now, under that goal, we have what's called impact level indicators. And impact level indicators are the indicator that we use to measure progress against that goal. And we have broken down that goal into 6 impact level indicators that you can see written on the screen there. And these indicators are goal level, and they are covering the entire spectrum of mental health and psychosocial support programming. So you can see that some of them are related more to mental health type programming or mental health services. For example, number 1, looking at functioning. So your ability to carry out your daily activities. And also goal number 3 and goal number 4. Goal number 3, looking at disabling distress and the presence of symptoms. So the presence of mental or neurological disorders like epilepsy, for example, or people with bipolar disorders or depression. And then also the ability of people with mental health and psychosocial problems to cope. So to manage and to hold jobs and to interact and to have friends and family in their daily lives. And then we also have what we would call more psychosocial type indicators to measure against this goal. And the more psychosocial indicators are goal number 2, looking at subjective well-being. So whether people feel calm, whether they feel happy, hopeful, relaxed, empowered, able to manage with their day-to-day lives. And then we also have goals 5 and 6, looking at very social processes. So looking at social behavior. So looking at aggressive behavior, positive helping behavior, positive coping behavior within communities, which is particularly important in conflict-based settings where you see communities pulling apart because of the tensions. And also social connectedness. So the number of connections that a person has, a number of friends or family or supportive people in their networks, whether that's at school or at work, within their community, within their church, or their exercise, their hobby-based groups, for example. So each of these indicators you can use to measure your goal, basically. So if you're doing more mental health type services, you will likely pick a mental health type indicator to measure your progress against the goal. If you're doing more psychosocial ones, you're likely to pick something like subjective well-being. And if you're doing purely social type programs that have a psychosocial benefit, you're likely to pick the social cohesion or social connectedness type indicator. So these 6 indicators are what we call impact level indicators, and they're what you use to measure progress against the goal. So in this M&E framework, we have the goal that's set, and then we have recommended 6 impact level indicators that you can pick. Okay, can you go to the next slide, please? So in addition to the goal, we then have what's called outcomes. So goal is at the top level, goal, and you have impact indicators, and then the layer beneath that is you have outcomes. And in the monitoring evaluation framework, we have 5 recommended outcomes for you, some of which we are called person-focused and some which are more community-focused outcomes, but there are 5 in total. So the person-focused outcomes are looking at communities and families support people with mental health and psychosocial problems. So it's the ability of family members and communities to support a person that's living with a mental health disorder or a condition. The second one is that people with mental health and psychosocial problems receive appropriate care, whether that's clinical care or social care or psychiatric services. It's whether they receive appropriate focused care. So they're very person-focused and they tend to be more mental health oriented. The community focus outcomes, there are 3 of them. And they are emergency responses do not cause harm, are dignified, participatory, community-owned, and socially and culturally acceptable. So looking very broadly, and it's the way you implement programs in an emergency setting that we're trying to measure. The second outcome is people are safe, protected, and human rights violations are addressed. So that's a very strong outcome for people working with protection related activities or where you might have protection and MHPSS programming happening together. And then the third community level one is the family, community, and social structures promote the well-being and development of their members. So this tends to cover all of your group activities, your group mental health and psychosocial activities, whether it's done within a community center or within a family or within a school-based program, for example, or with service users, people that might have mental health and psychosocial problems, might come together in a community group to meet. So we have 5 outcomes as well that cover the breadth of mental health and psychosocial programming. And then under each of those outcomes, we also have indicators. So in the monitoring evaluation framework, which I hope some of you know now, there are a long list of indicators that have been grouped under those 5 outcomes. So there are around 37, I think, or 40 indicators that we have grouped under the outcomes that you can use to build a logical framework as well. And what you will see is that I will now get you to actually do an exercise using the mural board, because what you're going to do is to take the intervention pyramid, which I know that many of you are familiar with, the intervention pyramid that's written in the mental health and psychosocial support guidelines. And I would like you to try and fit those 5 outcome statements onto the respective level of the intervention pyramid. So if we can, oh, sorry, there's a question from Dimitru in the chat function before we move on. Dimitru, could you please read out your question in Ukrainian and the translators can pass it through to us in English?
Yes, my question concerns with respect to indicators. So which of these indicators concern resilience?
Okay, resilience is a very...
Which of these 6 indicators that you've mentioned correspond to resilience, or maybe all of them can concern resilience?
Are you referring to the goal level impact indicators, Dimitri?
Yes.
Yes. So all of them contribute towards resilience. It depends upon how you are defining resilience in your projects and programs, because resilience is a very big word. It's quite a big concept, so it needs to be broken down. If you're talking about individual resilience, so at the single person level, then you're going to be looking much more at things like indicator number 4 on the ability of people to cope with their problems. That's a form of resilience. Or you'll be looking at functioning. It's their ability to function and to get on in their daily lives. That's individual resilience at the individual client or patient level. And that could also be an individual family as well. But if you're looking more at community level resilience, then you're going to be looking, depending on how you define your projects or programs, then you're probably going to be looking at issues such as social connectedness as linked to resilience. So how does the community pull together to support its vulnerable members, basically? Okay. So it really depends upon how your organization is defining resilience and the type of programs you're doing. Okay. Do you have any further questions? Does that make sense, Dimitri?
It is clear.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions? No? Okay. So, Shona, can you bring up the mural board link again, please?
If you can see my screen, so the link that I just shared with you, I can share it again if you need. You will go to the 3rd row, as you can see over here, which is activity 2. So you're gonna go take the board corresponding to your group. Essentially, what is gonna happen is you're gonna be broken into 6 groups. So all of you will be in the Zoom breakout rooms, and you will choose the board that is corresponding to your group number. So if you're in group 1, you're gonna choose board 1. And here you're going to zoom into board 1 and you can see the pyramid here, right? You can also see goals and outcomes. And here you can see the outputs, right? Which is in Ukrainian. So you're going to look at the Ukrainian outcomes or goals, and then you're going to drag the English goal and outcome next to the pyramid layer that it is associated with. So for example, if people are safe and protected, belongs to say layer 2, you just pull that and drag that here. This is based on your discretion of what is associated with what on the pyramid, and yeah, you will continue. So, and if you have any doubts, you can just call me and the translator to your breakout room, and we'll answer all the questions. Sarah, did you want to add anything?
No, there's nothing I need to add at this stage. If you think that some of the outcomes fit between two layers, then it's okay to put it overlapping two layers, for example. But there need to be two layers that are next to each other. Okay? Because you have 5 outcomes and 4 layers, so some must overlap somewhere. Okay, so I think, Shona, are you putting them into groups, or is the technical team doing it?
The technical team is doing it. So the technical team, could you please break them out into 6 groups? And I would really request everyone to turn on your video and audio during the process so you can have a better discussion and participate with your group.
And you've got about, let's say you've got 7 minutes for this activity. Okay, and then we'll bring you back into plenary again and we can have a look at your boards.
Okay, so we start.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Max, you're supposed to assign us as well so that we can move around in the breakout rooms.
Again, please.
No, could you please assign us to one of the breakout rooms? Because once we enter that, we can move around in the other breakout rooms as the co-host.
Okay, just a second.
Thank you.
Am I a co-host out of interest? I didn't check actually. I am, yes, okay.
I'm lost because I see 6 pictures and I cannot access none of them, and then I cannot master this. When you zoom in, Natalia, you will see that. Or thank you. Can everyone hear us? Yes. Everyone can hear us right now. Everyone hears you. We haven't been warned that this is over. Group 4, I guess this is us. No, we were in group 6. You know your group number? No, I don't know that.
Yes, sorry, thank you. So I'll repeat what I said. So welcome back, everyone. Sorry, Max, the technical person, does that mean that everyone has to select the language again or just me?
Everyone has to select their language back again.
Everyone has to choose their language.
Okay, so just so that everyone knows, when you come back from a breakout room, when you're forced back into plenary again, you need to click on the interpretation symbol at the bottom and pick either English or Ukrainian. Okay. And what I didn't know that, so apologies. What I was saying before is it's good to see that how familiar some of you are with the mural board template. I could see many of you were moving around with ease actually on the mural board and were able to drag and drop, which is great. And some groups got further than others in the in their ability to complete this activity. So what I'm going to do is just select actually the easiest one on the board for me to select is actually group 2 because they did it in English. So apologies, you're stuck with an English speaking facilitator for this workshop today. So what I will do is just go through and give you basically the answers. So as you can see, there were 5 goals and outcomes, and there's only 4 layers of the pyramid. So de facto, some of them must overlap, or at least one must overlap. So what I suggest you do is if all of you can go back on the mural board and if you can look at group 2 work. So look at group 2's intervention pyramid, please.
I can share that screen here so that everyone.
Oh, Shona, you can share it. That'd be great.
Yeah.
So hopefully you can see it. Shona, can you zoom in a bit more, please? Yeah. So you can see there's 4 layers of the pyramid. Let's start at the bottom layer. You've got social considerations and basic services and security. And you can see that group 2 has correctly placed outcome level 2, which is people are safe, protected, and human rights violations are addressed. Okay, so that correctly falls under layer 1. And then you've got the next outcome, which is the purple box, which they've placed in between layer 1 and 2, which is family, community, and social structures promote the well-being and development of all their members. And that's also correctly placed. It fits both under layer 1 and also under layer 2 as well. And then we've got the orange box, which is communities and families support people with mental health and psychosocial problems. That one is actually incorrectly placed on layer 2. That orange box should actually be placed on layer 3, because the focus of those interventions are for people with mental health and psychosocial problems, which means that it's a layer 3 intervention. It's not for the whole community or the whole family or population wide. It is specific to people with mental health and psychosocial problems. So it's a layer 3 intervention. And then you've got a pink box on the left-hand side, which is emergency responses do not cause harm, are dignified, participatory, community-owned, and are socially and culturally acceptable. That one is looking very much at what we will call mainstreaming of mental health and psychosocial work. So that one should actually come down into layer 1. It goes under social considerations and basic services and security. At your food distribution programs or your livelihood programs, how you can link mental health and psychosocial support into those programs. So it's a very broad population level intervention, looking at basic services and security and how mental health and psychosocial work fit under that. Okay. And then the very top one is in the correct location, the yellow box, which is people with mental health and psychosocial problems use appropriate focus care. And that focus care could be clinical services, specialized services, and it can also be as well, or support to veterans of the conflict as well. So that's the correct layout as for where the outcomes fit. So there's 2 outcomes looking very broad level of the pyramid, population level, 100 population. You've got an outcome looking between layers 1 and 2, so looking at strengthening community and family support. And then you've got an intervention on level 3, supporting people with mental health and psychosocial problems. And then you've got one outcome looking at the top layer in particular, but it could also be layer 3 for people with people requiring more specialized services and focus care. That's the layout of the outcomes in relation to the intervention pyramid, and it's also how they were designed and developed when we created the monitoring and evaluation tool as well. Thank you, Shona, for sharing your screen. Does anybody have any questions in relation to outcomes and where they fit on the pyramid? If you have a question, could you just raise your hand, or you can just write it directly in the chat function. Okay, I can't see anybody with a question, and I don't see in the chat a question either. Okay, so we're going, yeah, okay, so we can proceed now.
Sorry, interrupt you for a moment.
Yes.
So when you're doing these activities, since they are in groups, 2 things that would be great if you could do. One is, one of you could share your screen for the others to see the board, and so that you can simultaneously work on it together, discuss and like allocate or write your responses to whatever activity you're doing. And the second thing is there is a timer, which is right here. So once I say start a timer, you can see the timer go off and you will know how much time you have for the exercise. And so just wanted to bring those 2 things up. Thank you, Sarah. I'll let you continue now.
Thank you, Shona. Bring up the introduction to M&E PowerPoint again on your screen, and we're going to go to the page after the pyramid. Yeah, so the next page, that one, exactly. Thank you. So on this page, you can see this is some very basic but key terminology that we use in the monitoring evaluation framework. And those of you that have a competency or a speciality in monitoring evaluation within your own organizations, you're probably very familiar with these phrases and words, but I'll just go through it quickly so that everyone is on the same. At the top level, we have the goal. and this is the specific end result or desired end result as a result of all your programs and projects. And that goal is set in the M&E framework. It's the one that on reduced suffering and improved mental health and psychosocial well-being. So the goal level is set. And then you can see on the second column, moving from left to right, we have the indicator column. And in that indicators, you have a choice of 6 impact or goal level indicators that I went through with you before you did that exercise. And then we have what's called the means of verification in the third column, or the data collection tools, some of you might know it as, which are all of your surveys, your questionnaires, your function, your activity reports, how you count number of people attending your activities. Data is also known as means of verification, gets written in that third column. And then the column most on the right, the link to the IASC guidelines. So this framework is directly linked to the IASC guidelines and the activity sheets within the guidelines. So for each area of your programming that you're doing, there's usually an activity sheet telling you what are the minimum standards and minimum guidance to that area of work. So this framework, this monitoring evaluation framework, is basically how to operationalize the guidelines, particularly that action sheet on monitoring and evaluation. So there's a direct link in chapter, we'll go through this later in the framework, to which indicators you select and outcomes are directly linked to certain action sheets in the original IASC guidelines. So that's what would be written on the column on the far right, and that's in chapter 5. So that's the top row. And then the middle row, you can see outcomes. And there are 5 outcomes that you just went through and you put on the intervention pyramid as that exercise. And then there are also outcome level indicators. As I said before, there's around 35 or 37 of them, I think, which are grouped under each outcome. And you can find those on pages 13 to 25 in your monitoring evaluation framework. And we will go through those in a minute. And then the bottom layer is looking at outputs. So these are your activities that are usually in your activity work plan. And they take things, easier things to measure. For example, 100 people trained in psychological therapy, or 20 people enrolled in a community group for living with people with epilepsy, for example, a carer support group. So things that are quite easy to count will come under more output level. And in this M&E framework, the output level is not included. So in this framework, we only outcome level, and which is measuring changes over impact level, which is the end of your projects and programs. What's the impact that you've had on the individual, the family, or the community in terms of mental health and psychosocial work? So we have purposefully not included outputs because agencies have reported not having that as a challenge or a difficulty, and they are more comfortable using, they are less comfortable, more insecure at using output and impact level. Okay. So that's the terminology, and it looks a little bit like a log frame. What I've shown you there, a logical framework or a project document that many of you will be familiar with. Okay. And does anybody have any questions on this before we go into the next activity? Any questions from anyone on the terminology that's used in the framework? No? Okay. What we're going to do now is we're going to split you again into groups to do an activity. in relation to the outcome, the 5 outcomes that you've just worked with, and the outcome level indicators. So you're going to be split into groups, and what you're going to do is similar to the exercise you did before. We're going to ask you to drag and drop statements and put them under the relevant outcome. So I want you to be able to select the indicators and to see which outcome that they fit under. So Shona has already set up the mural template board for each group that you can see on the screen now. And you can see that the outcomes are written: outcome 1, outcome 2, outcome 3, outcome 4, and outcome 5 on the left-hand side of the screen in yellow. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see the indicators are written in the boxes. And what you need to do is each group will need to drag the box under the relevant outcome that you think it fits under. So you need to find the indicator and then think about which outcome this indicator can help measure, and then just drop the box there as well. Okay.
And similar to the previous exercise, you'll find your group number at the bottom left corner. You're going to, depending on which breakout room you fall into, if you're falling into group 1, you pick the first board, and then you work along with your groups on the board. So essentially, you will read the Ukrainian text, and the adjacent English text, which is on the left, you will drag that and you will place it under the outcome. Or, yeah. Do we have any doubts or concerns? Okay, so I'm going to share the link with you all now. Please click on this link and have the mural board ready. It's a different mural board. So before you go into your breakout rooms, please have that ready. And once you're ready with that, give a thumbs up so their technical support can divide us into groups.
Okay, so Shona's pasted into the chat function the link to the mural board again. All of you need to click on that link. And then you need to find your group number on the board, and it's activity 3, as Shona has written. And then you need to give a thumbs up. Either if you're on camera, you can do it. If not on camera, you need to use the emoticon sign and give a thumbs up so that we know, and then Max can put people into groups. And I thank you, Anastasia.
I'm sorry, just a second, some technical changes.
Внизу кнопочка «Сессионные залы», и там дальше «Войти в сессионный зал». Есть у всех? Снизу там такие квадратики, сессионный зал.
Probably yes, we've been kicked out.
Okay. Yeah, did you get kicked out of your group?
Yes, I've been kicked out of group 4.
Okay. Max, can you please allocate Natalia to group 4? And Olena, have you also been kicked out of your group? Lena? Which group? Number 6. Okay. Max, can you put them in group 6? So if you're like this, please just contact the technical. Yeah,
we will try to do that right now. That's reply from Max.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Що треба зробити? Добре, добре. Угу.
Okay, hello everyone and welcome back. Can you please make sure you pick either the English or the Ukrainian and Russian interpretation? Again, at the bottom, you need to click on the interpretation icon, then select either English or Ukrainian so you can hear me and the others. Okay. And there's something in the chat.
That's a reminder from the technical group about the selection of the interpretation language.
Thank you very much. Okay. I think you're all back now, which is great. I know that activity was quite challenging to do. There was lots of discussion and lots of movement around the Mural template board, which is great. Well done for doing that. What I suggest we do now is if you could look at your monitoring and evaluation framework document, the one that was sent to you, a link was sent to you, the document's available in Russian language and in English. And for you to look at pages 14 and pages 15 in that document. So look at the original monitoring and evaluation framework for mental health and psychosocial programs, the Russian version or the English version, and then turn to pages 14 and pages 15 in the document. And on those pages, you will find a list of indicators, both for the goal, the 6 impact level indicators, and then the long list of all the indicators under the respective outcomes. And Shona has written in the chat function a link to a Google Drive folder where you can click on that and then it will help you access the monitoring evaluation framework in either Russian or in English. Okay.
It's a select number of pages, so you can directly scroll down to page 14 and 15.
Okay. Can you give me a thumbs up sign if you have found those documents or that document? Thank you, Nadia. Anybody else? Anastasia? Anna, great. Great, Elena. Olga, great. Okay, so on those pages 14 and 15, you can see that there's all the list of indicators, the outcome and the goal. And what I would like to do is we're going to take a break for 15 minutes, 15 minutes. And in that break, I would also like you to check your group work. So you still have access to the mural board template. And in the next kind of 15 to 20 minutes, I would like you during the break, go run around, get a cup of coffee, go to the toilet, whatever. But also check your group work. So check your board. And if it's incorrect, to basically place the indicators under the correct outcome number on the mural board. So that when we come back after break, your mural boards will all be perfectly correct if they are not so already now. Okay. Did anybody have any questions? Okay, so pages 14 and 15 in your M&E framework, whatever language, Russian or English, take a look and then see if where you've put the outcome indicators on your mural board under your respective group, if they are correct as per the framework. Okay, and we're going to take a break now. And because I'm so generous, you get a 17-minute break, not a 15-minute break, which means that we are going to come back at 1/4 the hour. So in Ukraine, that would be 3:15. So 3:15 p.m. Okay, we're going to come back and we'll resume again on this call. I suggest you keep the Zoom link on. You'll definitely need access to the mural board and just switch off your microphones and your video. Okay, and I'll see you in 16 minutes now, so 3:15. Okay. Okay, hello everyone and welcome back after the break. If you could put your videos on so that I can see that you're back, that'd be great. Thank you. Great. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you were able to do something fun during your 17-minute break and you've got a little bit more relaxed now with new energy. We just have about just under 2 hours to go for the workshop as well. Okay. Did all of you manage to review your mural boards where you had your indicators? Yeah, you managed to review. Okay, great. Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Dimitri. Okay. Okay, so what's written on your mural boards now should be the correct and final versions for each group. Okay. And how did you find that group exercise then? Can you get some feedback? Okay, I'm going to start picking on people. Daria, your group had finished. You said you were able to check the board. How did you find the group work?
At first we had some doubts, but then after we opened up this document and compared our work, so actually it seems yes, group number 1 has managed to do it well.
Great, so you didn't need to move many of them around when you were checking?
I think no.
You think no? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, I'm going to pick on Olga because I know you, Olga. How did you find their work? Which group were you in as well, Olga? Hi. Okay, so did you need to move many of them around in your group or not? Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay. I'm going to pick on a man now. Sahi, how did your group go? Sahi, are you around? And maybe Sahi's not back from break. Okay, Dimitri. Dimitro?
Yes. I've looked through the results of our group work. It seems that we've had a mistake in one of the indicators. But generally, I think that we've completed this exercise rather well. It is a good exercise, in my opinion. This helps recollect and remind about this information. As a result, we had to move 2 indicators while checking the results of our group work with the list of indicators.
Okay, and can you remember which indicators, like which outcome they were related to?
Yes, I remember. So in outcome number 3, we had an idea that where we have social, family, and social structures. I've assumed that not only the quality between the carer and the child, quality of caregiver-child interactions, and the number of persons of mental disorders and psychosocial problems who have received support. I thought that it should correlate to outcome 3, and after checking, it seemed that no, because this corresponds to outcome 4.
Yeah, it does. Great, well picked up on that. Well done. That's a bit of a tricky one. Outcome 4 is a bit difficult, and there's not so many indicators under outcome 4. As you will see in the framework, there's only about 4 or 5 in comparison to the others. It's that annoying layer 3 that no one knows what to call on the intervention pyramid. So it's that annoying middle layer. Yeah. Okay. And does anybody have any questions for me that you might have as a result of doing that group work?
Yes, I have. I have.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I was working with group number 6, and
Yeah.
I have a question concerning this indicator: percentage of target communities whether local people have been enabled to design, organize, and implement emergency responses themselves. Yes, we put it in the group of the this outcome 3, but in this this document, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't find it.
Can you just show me on the mural board? You're in group 6, right?
Yes, yes.
And you're the giraffe?
Outcome 3 and indicator number 8. Percentage of target community. Yes. One of my colleagues put it here, but I couldn't find it in this document.
Okay, so that indicator actually, the percentage of target communities where local people have been enabled to design, organize, and implement emergency responses themselves. It's highlighted in purple now on the board. That one actually belongs to outcome 1.
Oh.
It's outcome 1 because it relates to a participation of people overall in emergency response work. So that should actually be moved to outcome 1.
Okay.
And in the M&E framework, if you look on page 14, at the top of page 14, on the right-hand side, so to the right of the yellow box, it's outcome indicator 1.3. So that's where you can find it in the framework.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Find it now?
About it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Elena, for the question. Does anybody else have questions? No? Okay. I can't see anybody with a question, so okay, we will continue then. Okay. Could you please have a look in your monitoring and evaluation framework and look at page 11. So page 11 in your monitoring and evaluation framework. It's the beginning of chapter 4, if that helps. Okay, so on page 11, you can see that, thank you, Shona. You can see that there is a yellow box at the bottom on page 11. And in that yellow box, it says that the purpose of the common framework is to encourage the use of a select number of outcomes to build the evidence base for mental health and psychosocial support, and to better inform those working in this area about important goals and impacts. So to achieve this, what we recommend is that each program that you run, or each project that you do that's a mental health and psychosocial project, that you select the goal which is already set, remember, for this framework: reduce suffering and improve mental health and psychosocial well-being. And that when you use that goal, you select one of the 6 impact level indicators that we went through this morning, one of those 6, and one outcome. So 1 out of the 5 outcomes, and then the corresponding outcome indicator. And if every organization is able to do that for your mental health and psychosocial projects or programs, then it means that we're all beginning to measure and document things in the same way. And that's really useful if you're trying to demonstrate impact of services and the relevance of mental health and psychosocial support as part of the response and the rebuilding, reconstruction, reconciliation going on in Ukraine now. And so it would help you at a working group level to be able to kind of all be walking in the same direction when it comes to measuring your mental health and psychosocial programs and projects. So you need to somehow use the goal in your future projects and programs when you're asking for money. Pick one of the 6 impact level indicators and then look at your outcomes. Pick one of the 5 outcomes and the corresponding outcome indicators. So that's what we are recommending with this framework, and we hope that the outcomes are flexible enough to enable that to happen, and the same for the impact indicators. So what we're going to do in the second part of the workshop is to put you into groups, and we're going to ask you to start building a logical framework. And we've written like a mini logical framework on the mural board templates, and again, you're going to be dragging and dropping relevant impact indicators and relevant outcomes. Okay, so as you can see on the screen that Shona is sharing with you now, you've got 3 columns. You've got the objective column on the far left, you've then got the indicator column in the middle, and you've got the means of verification column on the right hand side. And what you need to do on the pink row or the red row is to select one of the pink or red impact indicators that are written in the boxes on the right hand side, and to be able again to drag and drop them under the relevant place. So you can drag which impact level indicator you'd like to use and drop it onto the respective location on the box. And the same thing for the blue line. You will select the relevant outcome that you want, one of the 5 outcomes, and then you can also select the indicators as well. I think, Shona, I can't see in detail, but I think on the mural board, we've written out the 6 impact indicators, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the 6 impact indicators. If you zoom in, you'll be able to see it.
Okay, so actually what you guys need to do is, if you can zoom out a bit, Shona, please, and go, and go to the, move the board further right so I can see the log frame. Yeah, other way, that's it. So what I'd like you to do on the objective row under the top left box, what you'll need to do is to draw a sticky note and to write the goal of the framework there. So one person in your group, draw a sticky note as Shona has just done, and you're going to write the goal of the framework. You can write it in Ukrainian or in English, it's up to you. And remember, the goal is set in the framework. And then on the middle column, on the indicator column, you're going to select one of the 6 pink indicators that you wish to use, and you're going to drag and drop it in that middle column. Okay, and then for the outcome, you're actually going to select one of the 5 outcomes, and you're going to place those out, one of the 5 outcomes, under the objective column on the far left. And then what you'll need to do is to have a look in the M&E framework and see which indicator you wish to use. Shona, that one needs to go down and to the left, left again. Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Yeah, so select one of the 5 outcomes and place it under the objective, row 2. column 1, and then you'll need to look in the framework on pages 14 to 15 and select which outcome indicator you want to use to measure, and then you'll need to take a sticky note and write it under that indicator column in blue. Okay. Now, in order to build this log frame, the MHPSS working group has come up with case studies that are based upon actual programs and projects that are being used now in Ukraine. And organizations have very kindly submitted them anonymously for us to be able to use for this particular training. So there are 6 case studies that have been written in English and Ukrainian. And in your groups, then the case studies are not very long. They're probably about half a page. And in your groups, you're going to read the case studies, and then you're going to try and build those parts of the logical framework based upon the information you've got in the case study. So remember, the goal is set in the framework. You just need to draw a sticky note and write the goal out. But what you do need to do is select one of the 6 impact level indicators, so goal level indicators, that you think most relates to your particular project or program case study. And then you need to select one of the outcomes, the blue ones, and place them, drag and drop it and place it in the correct place on the log frame, on the mural board. And then you'll need to refer to your framework, to the hard copy or the framework document in Russian, and you need to select which outcome level indicator you think fits under that outcome, but also fits in relation to the particular project or program you have as a case study. Okay. That was a lot of information with a lot of instructions. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? No? No. Okay, Shona, go ahead.
So I have pasted all the links that you will need in the chat. If you can see, there is one link for case study, one link for the Common M&E framework, and then there is the link for the mural activity 4. Please click all those 3 of them and have them on your browser, because you'll be using them together. And for the case studies, again, it's the same as the mural boards. They have the group numbers on them. Whatever group you're assigned to, use that case study and that mural board.
Shona, you're going to have to click on the mural board link again because it's not allowing access.
Is it the one that I shared just now? It's not allowing access?
Yeah, the one in the chat function's not allowing access.
Okay, can we try this?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. So if everyone could just give a thumbs up once you have all the 3 of those links open in your browser, we will break you out into groups.
Can we just hold on a minute, Shona? There's one thing in the chat function. Daria from Caritas, you've got something in the chat function. Can the translator read it out?
Daria from Caritas has written that, unfortunately, I have to leave you because of my work issues. Thank you for the useful experience, and I wish you a good ending of the seminar.
Okay, thank you, Daria, and goodbye. Okay, so hopefully you've all clicked on the Google Drive document link, the case study link, M&E framework link, and the mural board link. Okay, so you should have access to all of those, because when you go into the breakout rooms, you can't get back again. Okay, Nadia, is that a panic sign or is that a you're okay sign?
I have a question. Are we in the same small groups? We're in the same small groups, right? Or
I have absolutely no idea, Nadia. Max, technical man, and Shona, I don't know.
I'm just wondering, do I need to open my case study already? I cannot know it before I'm in a small group, right? Or
No, you won't know which case you're going to use, because once in your room, just open the folder. You will have group 1 to group 6 cases once in your breakout room. Whatever group number you are, pick that and use that case.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks.
Yeah. Max, can we break out into 6 groups now?
Yeah.
And also, Max, they've got 30 minutes, 30 minutes for this activity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Далі. Do you hear me? Дивіться, нас просять вас переслати до групи 4, там требується ваша допомога. Я вас насилаю. Добре.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Could you please select the correct interpretation that you need, either English or Russian? If you select it again from the interpretation button at the bottom of the screen. Okay, welcome back. If you can select your correct interpretation at the bottom of the screen, so select either English or the Ukrainian language version. The button at the it's in the middle on the right hand side, and it's also written in the chat function. Thank you, Max. Okay, we're almost there. You've got 40 minutes left of the workshop, so stay with us. Okay. Okay. Max, can you let me know if everyone's back, please?
Yes. Everyone's
yes,
back.
Everyone's back. Thank you. Okay, I'm not sure if it's a good or a bad sign that we lost about 10 participants then, but we'll see what happens. Okay, thank you for doing that, and your group works. I know it's difficult, both because some of you are learning the new technology of Mural, and it's also quite a heavy work for your brain. It's monitoring and evaluation. This is not an easy topic, I know that. But well done for your group work. What I can see from the mural board, when I take it from an overview perspective, is that some of you have mixed up your indicators as to what they relate to, and some have mixed up where to place things on the board. Okay, so what you need to do is, if you're you have the objective, which is on the first row is the goal, and the goal for the monitoring evaluation framework is set. Okay, it's reduce suffering and improve mental health and psychosocial well-being. And that goal is the same irrespective of your programs. Okay, so that's what should be written in either English, Russian, or Ukrainian on the top left-hand corner of your board. So row 1, where it's got the red across on that top left box, that's what should be written there. And then in the next column over, the one called indicators, also on the pink row, you need to have selected only one impact level indicator to measure your progress to the goal. Okay. And the reason why you only select one impact level indicator is because they're quite difficult to measure. And you can see that from the types of indicators written there. So you're having to try and measure well-being, which is a very difficult construct, functioning, so the ability of people with mental health problems to function, which is quite a technical decision as well. You're also looking at things like social connectedness or social cohesion, again, which are very difficult processes to measure easily when you're doing a humanitarian or a reconstruction project or program. So we only select one impact level indicator. And that's also what's written in the framework on page 11 under that yellow box. So the goal is set, and then you need just one impact level indicator. So that means you should have one of the pink impact indicators, one of those boxes in that square. Okay. And then coming down to the next row, which is the blue line, you need to have on the column on the left, on that second row, the blue row, you need to have one outcome. Okay, so one of the 5 outcomes you need to have there. You can have more than one outcome. You can usually have 2 is a recommendation. But for the purpose of this exercise, you need to have just one outcome written there. And then you need to have a corresponding outcome indicator. And the outcome indicators were the ones that I asked you to try and find in the monitoring evaluation framework on page 14 and 15. Okay, so once you have selected your outcome, you then go to your M&E framework and you try and select your corresponding outcome indicator. So some outcomes you have a choice of maybe 8 indicators to pick, and some outcomes you have less, maybe 4 to pick. And the way you build your log frame is on the basis of the case study example that you had for your group. So some of you had a quite complicated number of impact level indicators. You had more than one, which means it's very hard to measure because it's a big task. And some of you also had multiple outcomes or outcomes placed in the wrong location as well. Okay. Some of you have also managed to fill in means of verification, which is great. You didn't have to do that, but well done for doing it. I will go and discuss means of verification towards the end of the workshop. But what I would like to do now is to open up and to see if any of you have any questions or reflections based upon how you found the group work. Okay, if you're a very quiet group, I'm going to start picking on you again.
Just a second.
Dimitro, yes, please go ahead.
In fact, we had 2 projects provided in our case study on psychosocial work and on responding to COVID-19. As far as I've understood, we had to describe them together as one program, or should we just have selected the psychosocial direction from this case study? That's why we've had some problems with our case study number 1.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, Dimitro, for the question. You could have you only needed to pick, sorry, one part of the project. So you said you had 2 projects in one. You could have just selected one and gone with that. It doesn't matter whether you selected the more mental health activity one or the one that was looking more at psychosocial well-being. It didn't matter. As long as the logic was correct in the framework.
Yes, then this would simplify the task.
Great, yeah, and I apologize for giving you a complicated case study. That was my fault.
This is great that this is complex.
Yeah, I think some people might disagree with your enthusiasm, Dimitro, for complexity. Okay, anybody else have questions before I start picking on you? No, okay. Dimitro, were you in group 1?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Who is in group 2? Nadia. Okay, Nadia and Nadia. Okay. Any concerns from your side?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, wonderful. In our small group, not to each other.
We've had difficulties because we could not hear each other. My personal problem was that it was difficult for me to understand the connection between the case study and the task that I was performing.
Okay, and were you able to do it in the end or not?
We did something, but I'm not sure whether we did it correctly, whether we followed the plan of the task.
Okay, from what I can see, Your group 2, your first row is correct. And your second row, I think you have, on your second row, the second row, your indicators are wrong. So you have the correct outcome. You have outcome 5. But what you need to do on your indicator row, so the blue row under indicator column, you need to select one of the appropriate indicators under outcome 5, which you can find on page 15 in your framework, your M&E framework. So to do that, you need to draw your own sticky note, and you need to write on that sticky note one of the indicators from outcome 5 on page 15. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Who is in group 3? Olga, yeah. Your group, I think, was okay, right? Because I was able to chat with you. Super duper. Group 4. Group 4. I think that was Elena and Christina. You're in group 5, I apologize. Christina, could you just tell me about group 5 then? Were you able to manage the task? Okay. Let me just have a quick look. Okay, yours looks all right, actually. Then the last thing you need to do, Elena and Marina, in group 5 is just to be able to write or to select, sorry, an indicator in relation to outcome 5 and one indicator in relation to outcome 4 that you've written. And you can find those on page 15 in your document. So to do that, you'll need to draw a sticky note, select one of the indicators under outcome 5 or one of the indicators under outcome 4, and then just write them under that second row, under the blue row where it's got indicator column, where the visiting shark is now. Yes. Okay, so well done, group 5. Group 4, is there anybody on the call from group 4? I can't remember who was in group 4. No, group 4.
Elena, Mariana, and Misna.
Misna, I think is Misna. Are you Misna or are you Natalia? Is your name? Okay, group 4 has decided en masse to leave the workshop in solidarity with each other. Okay. Yes, hi. Is your Misna? Is your name Misna or Natalia?
Я, мабуть, уже лишилась сама, але я не можу потрапити
Probably
туди знову.
I'm just the only one left from my group. I cannot access the group break room to see
Я не
what
можу
we've done.
потрапити в мурал.
I cannot access mural.
Okay. Okay, so you're a little bit struggling there with the technology, Natalia. That's fine. Don't worry, we'll come back to group 4. Group 6, who was in group 6?
Natalia and Olena.
Natalia and who?
Olena.
Elena, yeah? And Natalia. How did it go in group 6?
Good. But again, I got mixed between indicators and the case. Yeah. You see, because I stressed on the case, and then I just had to focus on the indicators. And
okay.
I found out that there was one mistake because I wrote down objectives from the case.
Okay.
Instead of just general objective.
For the goal
Yes,
objective.
yes,
Yeah.
I fixed
Okay.
it now. But
great. Okay. Okay. Well, in real life, Olena, that's actually what you would do. You would have to adapt the goal a little bit for your target population. So you're not wrong in what you did. You were just more advanced. Okay. But for group 6, your indicators, so your middle row under pink, your impact level indicators,
yes.
you only need to select one. So you've got 4 there, which is quite a heavy marketing evaluation load. Yeah, so I would recommend just having 1 there. And similarly, for your outcome, it's great you've got your outcome, and I would recommend 1 or maximum 2 indicators at outcome level.
Okay.
Okay, and make sure the indicators you've selected don't, with the exception of one of them, they're not outcome 3 related indicators.
Oh, okay.
So there's only one, the level of social capital indicator is the only one that relates to outcome 3. And you can see that because it's labeled 3.5. The others relate to different outcomes. So you just need to check when you're selecting indicators that you take them from the correct outcome in the framework. Okay. But well done.
Thank you.
And well done all of the groups. It's not an easy task that we gave you to do, so well done for doing it. Okay, the last thing we're going to do, kind of in the next 10 minutes before we wrap up, is if you look in the monitoring and evaluation framework, if you go to chapter 5, which starts on page 16. So chapter 5 on page 16. Okay, and what you can see under chapter 5 is in that whole section under chapter 5, it goes through each of the 5 outcomes. So outcome 1, and then there's 2 pages in relation to outcome 1, and then it goes on to outcome 2, and then 2 pages in relation to outcome 2, outcome 3, outcome 4, outcome 5. And in this chapter, if you just keep it on that page, Shona, what you can see under this outcome 3, okay, is that you can see there's a description of the terms used in that indicator. So you can see there's a description of family, community, and social structures. There's a description of what we mean by development, and there's a description of what we mean by all members. So it's kind of defining the outcome, so it's a bit more clear for you. And then crucially, what's written on each section in this chapter, under each outcome, you can see there's the title, and then just above the orange line on the title, there's a list of numbers. And those numbers correspond to the numbers of the action sheets in the IASC Mental Health and Psychosocial Support Guidelines, the original guidelines. So everything under outcome 3, all the activities and projects and programs you can do under outcome 3, the kind of resource material, your guideline material to inform how you do your programming is written there under the action sheet numbers. Okay, so it would be action sheet 5.2, action sheet 5.3, 5.4, 7.1, and 8.2. Okay, so for every single outcome, all 5 of the outcomes in the framework, we have gone through and we have extracted which activity sheets relate to that outcome to make it easier when you're building your log frames and to check the quality of your programming as well. And Sean, if you can go to page 22 now. Thank you. And you can also see on page 22 that there is the list of outcome level 3 indicators. outcome 3 indicators, that are written on page 22. And these are the same ones that are also written in the table on pages 14 and 15. It's just a bit clearer to see now. So if in your log frames you have selected outcome 3, then you need to make sure that you pick one of those indicators to measure against it. Okay, and not an indicator from another outcome. Okay. And it's the same for every single outcome. So Sean, if you scroll to outcome 4, then we can just see it's the same format as well. So you can see outcome 4 on page 23. There's a definition of what that outcome means. And then you've got the list of the numbers of the IASC guideline action sheets that it relates to under the top, underneath the title. And you can also see, if you go to page 24, Shona, you can also see there's a list of indicators in relation to outcome 4 that you can select. Okay, so it makes it a little bit easier to navigate the framework that way. So in relation to chapter 5. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay. What we're going to do now then, in the next 5 minutes, you're going to go back into your groups again, the same group you were in to build your log frame, and you're going to have a look at chapter 5 in your M&E framework, and you're going to see which activity sheets it relates to in the IASC guidelines. And if you have the guidelines, you're just going to have a quick look and see what's written in those activity sheets. Just look at the title head. Okay, so you're going to go back to your groups again, look at your mural board and see which outcome you've selected in relation to your case study. And then check in the M&E framework which action sheet it relates to. So look at the numbers underneath the titles in chapter 5. And then try and find those action sheets in the IASC guidelines. Okay. I hope the instructions are clear. We're going to put you back into the, actually you've kind of got 10 minutes for this activity. So we'll do it until 10 to 5. Okay. And Shona, do you want to just highlight what you've written in the chat function for everyone?
So I have shared with you the complete M&E framework and the IASC guidelines. So just click on those two. And also I will share with you this activities mural link. So essentially I've copy pasted your previous activities inputs into this particular board. Let me share that with you and just so that you can see. So I've pasted your activities into this board. You have another section or column that's added to it, which is the action sheet. And you'll be adding the action sheet via post-it or via text here. So that's pretty simple. I hope it's clear. If you have any doubts, you can just ask us. And can you give me a thumbs up if you have all the links open in your browser and ready to go?
Okay, so you all need to click on the links in the chat function because the moment you go into your breakout groups, you don't have access to that information again. Shona, what I can't find is the link to the new M&E, the new mural board.
Oh, it's merged with the guidelines. I'm sorry. So I'm going to just write that again.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you should have 3 links open: access to the M&E framework, access to the IASC guidelines, and access to the mural board. Okay. And what you're going to do is see if you can find the action sheets in relation to your outcome that you've selected. Write them on the mural board and see if you can also just read the title of the action sheets in the IASC guidelines. Okay.
Awesome. Just to, Sarah, are we merging the groups back for discussion? No.
No, there's not going to be time.
Okay.
So we'll just keep breakout rooms and then we'll come back to plenary.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Max,
okay, so you guys have got 10 minutes for this. Okay.
Awesome. Max, please put us into groups.
Daria, do you hear me?
Так.
Вас просять там повернутися до 4-ї зали. Шона буде дуже благодарна. Дивіться, знизу справа в екранці Zoom там є сесійні зали, там ви можете вибрати повернутися до вашої зали. До 4-ї.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. If you can remember to select your interpretation, whether you want English or Ukrainian, from the bottom icon. And thank you, Max, for writing it in the chat, again, as a reminder. Great. Okay, and we're almost at time now, so I'm just going to do a wrap-up session with you and to find out how you found that last part of the group work. Okay, so let's start in reverse order this time. Let's start with group 6. How did you find it? Oh, Leonard, thank you. Were you able to find the action sheets it referred to? And you were outcome 3, right? Okay, great. You mean on the mural board, or? Yes, so you're yeah. Mm. Yeah. 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 So what you needed to do in this exercise was, if you looked at outcome 3 in the monitoring evaluation framework, you then had a list of action sheets. And those action sheets correspond to the action sheets in the IASC guidelines. So you needed to be looking at action sheets 5 and action sheet 7 and action sheet 8 in the IASC guidelines. So what you've written there, like you said, are more activities in relation to what you need to do in the project. And that's not the action sheets. You found it now, is that clear? Okay. Okay. And let's have a look. Group 5. I'm not sure if that was a group that, yeah, group 5. I don't know who was in group 5. Seen that, yeah. Okay, you guys you can speak in Ukrainian. I'll get the translation in English. How did you find it? Okay. Yeah, I can. Your mural board's in Ukrainian, so I can't check it actually at the moment. Were you able to have a look at outcomes 5 and 4 under chapter 5? Okay, so you needed to look at pages 23 and pages 25. And on those pages, you can see there's a list of action sheets. Outcome 5 is usually related to action sheet 6 in the IASC guidelines, very much looking at healthcare, mental health care provision. And outcome 4 is looking at action sheets 5 and 6, those chapters. Okay. Group 4 didn't meet. Group 3. So who was in group 3? Yep. Yes. Great, perfect. Well done. Well done. Okay, and group 2?
I'm the only person left from the group too, because my partner had to leave for work or another appointment.
Okay. Yeah.
So we've tried to, like we've compared the suggested action sheets
Yeah.
and action plans, and we've picked the one that we thought that corresponds to our
Your project?
To the indicators the most.
Yeah. So you had outcome 5. So you needed to look at page 25 in the M&E framework, and you need to be looking at action sheets 6 and action sheets 8.2 as well. They're the ones in, so it's page 25, and you have action sheets 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4, and also action sheet 8.2 as well.
Yeah, like we've read through them, and the one that we thought that corresponds the most, and then the other person was reading this in Ukrainian, so I just translated it from her.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a challenging exercise, but
it is. Yeah.
But I guess it is useful. It's like thought stimulating.
Good, and it should be a useful reference point when you're designing a project or program as well. Okay, and then just the last group, group 1. Who is in group 1?
We have Dmitro and Olga.
Okay, Dmitro or Olga? Are they online still? I can't see. I don't see them online. Dmitro, yes, I see you. Olga, I don't see. No, Dmitro, are you there? Or maybe you've left as well.
Dmitro has been with us, and I've also joined group number 1.
Yes, Natalia, you can present group number 1. Well done.
One second, please.
Natalia, can you select the translation or the interpretation in Russian?
Yes, I see that. The task that we've had, this is decrease of social isolation, extension of contacts in the community, thanks to the work of the psychologist.
Okay, and on your mural board, sorry, Natalia, on your mural board, I can see you selected outcome 3. Yeah, and so which action sheets did you select in the framework then?
We've just determined indicators, so we've included them on the board.
Okay, so you weren't able to determine the action sheets, is that right?
Yes, I can look through them right now.
Okay, so you had outcome 3 under group 1, which means that you need to be looking at page 21 in the M&E framework. And on page 21, you can see that the action sheets in relation to this outcome are action sheets 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, 7.1, and 8.2. So later on, there isn't time to do it now, but you can have a look at those action sheets and see how they relate to your project and your case study, and see which one you would then pick as well. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And you will see for all of you that there is, in your logical framework, there was the means of verification column that some of you filled in. and the majority of you left empty, which is completely fine. The means of verification or the data collection tool column and the information that you would need to fill in that column is in the process of being developed. So we are updating this M&E framework, and we will come out with a new framework, a revised one, that includes information on means of verification and the data collection tools. And so basically what you will have is like an annex or an appendix to the revised version of the M&E framework. And in that appendix or annex, you will then have a selection of tools. We have a lot. We've got around 30 of them, and we are only looking at the impact level indicators. So we're only looking at the pink color. So those 6 impact level indicators used to measure the goal, we are developing the means of verification for them. And these data collection tools are a mixture of quantitative ones, so things to do with numbers, like surveys, like questionnaires, functioning scales. And we are also looking at qualitative means of verification, things like how to run a focus group discussion and with specific questions to do that, how to do key informant interviews, and again with specific questions on how to do it, to be able to reach the impact indicator, to be able to measure it. So the revised framework should be coming out by the end of this year, by December. We have a big meeting on it in September, and we hope to finalize it in October and get it sent to the designer before it's approved at the global level by all the agencies that are part of the reference group for mental health and psychosocial support. So hopefully by the end of this year, you will also have the missing piece to fill in your log frames, which is your means of verification or your data collection tools. Okay. And then you should have everything that you need within this framework to start building your projects and programs using more uniform indicators and a project design as well. The difficulty with monitoring and evaluation is that you really need to be able to kind of dive into the framework and to work with it and to see how it relates to your ongoing projects and programs in order for you to become familiar with it. And actually now is a really good time to start doing that, because many organizations will be thinking about writing your projects for funding that you will send to donors now or in the next few months to get money for the next program year, if your program year starts in January. So it's a good opportunity to start using the framework now and to start writing the information from the framework and transferring it into your donor project proposals and your funding applications with the respective donors. So the donors are aware very much of our framework. They financially supported its development, and they're aware of the indicators at both impact level, the goal level ones, and the outcome level indicators. So they will be familiar if they see it within your project documents as well. And it would be great if in a few years' time, you could get all agencies that might be providing the same type of programming in Ukraine to start measuring their projects and their programs in the same way. So if you are all, a group of agencies are all running a community center, for example, if you could start measuring the activities you do in that community center in the same way. Or similarly, if you are all doing home visits to support older adults living on the contact line, if you could measure the impact and the outcome of your home visits and your support to the elderly in the same way, then it just makes it easier to demonstrate overall the importance of mental health and psychosocial support in relation to the conflict and rebuilding in Ukraine as well. Okay, so that's kind of the overall objective, is to both help you technically within your agencies, but also at the interagency level within the working group in Ukraine to kind of get you all measuring in the same way if you're doing similar programming as well. That's like the ultimate aim. Okay. But I'm aware that we've gone about 15 minutes over time, and I'd like to just offer the space if any of you have any last reflections or questions that you would like to say to us before I hand over to Alisa and Oksana?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your workshop. Thank you. It's really helpful.
Thank you, Olena. Okay. Anyone else? Yeah, Dimitri. Dimitri, did you want to say something? You're unmuted.
Yes, I want to express gratitude for the materials. These materials are extremely useful and we will use them in our work.
Great, thank you very much for that response. Okay, Alisa and Oksana, I'm going to hand over to you guys as the chairing agency of the working group.
Thanks, Sarah. Well, first of all, we will be brief since we are aware that our colleagues worked hard today, so need a bit of a rest. And I would say that it was very comprehensive workshop, and thanks a lot, Sarah and Shona, for your organizing all this process and making this possible. And I would say also that it's the most interactive workshop that I've seen since the beginning of COVID pandemic in this remote reality that we live in. It's really unbelievable how possible it's to make people interact really. Yeah, since it's not face-to-face modality, but it's still possible. So it's really great to see that it's we have this opportunity, and now we have a lot of work ahead of us as a group of agencies working in MHPSS field, and we should really think how we can start implementing the monitoring and evaluation framework from each agency and from different components, probably not as a whole, and then moving forward to as you, Sarah, suggested, and this really makes sense to have more comprehensive vision as a group while we implementing similar interventions, because of course we have a range of them, like interventions at primary health care and the support of older adults and many of them. So it's really beginning of the way, and we excited to learn more and to implement this in practice, and also interested how we can better support our partners as a co-chairs, and probably we will contact you, Sarah, to have separate guidance on that. So yeah, over to Oksana. Thank you all for really hard work, and Sarah for your great facilitation, and Shona for your support. Oksana?
Thank you. I will not take a lot of your time. I think that everything has been said. I've been happy that this has been a really interactive session, a meeting, and I hope that it has been really useful for you. And if we have any follow-up, any materials, we will surely keep in touch with you. And thank you all for participation. And I would like to thank our technical support and interpreters for today's productive day. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Oksana. Shona, is there anything you would like to say? Or Max as well? Mysterious Max, who I've never actually seen on screen, but apparently you exist, Max. Shona or Max, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, Thank you, everyone. It was amazing. It was one-day workshop, and y'all worked beautifully with Mural. That was really amazing to see. I think you're the most technologically advanced group that I've seen, like working with translators, working with online softwares, interactive softwares, in everything together. So you'll have done an amazing job, and thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to be here to support you.
Great, thank you, Shona. And also from my side, thank you very much to the team, to Alisa and Oksana for asking for this workshop, and also Shona for helping me again. And also Mysterious Max and his big team behind him. Thank you for your technical support as well with Zoom. And thank you also participants. I know marginal evaluation is tough. It's not an easy subject, it's very technical. Be patient with yourself, you will get it. And I hope the framework will give you a little bit of a guiding path to help you write your new project proposals and documents. Okay, and good luck moving forward as well. Okay, thank you very much, all of you. And bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Shona, do you want to jump onto